After returning home, out of curiosity, I put on motorcycles. Then I discovered there were 2 red buttons on the palm area. I pressed them. I was terrified by what I saw before my eyes. I had actually shrunk inside my hand. That moment, before I could react, the police came over and turned on the faucet. The water flow rushed toward me like a tsunami, quickly sweeping me away and sending me crashing heavily. I had just stood up when I was nearly hit by Luis's car, falling through a gap and landing. Then I was sucked into a vacuum. After escaping the vacuum cleaner, I thought I was rescued. A big rat in the second sights. I turned and ran, using a mouthful of lamp.
It was not Gojo. It was just not Gojo. Like,
Just when I was questioning my life, I heard that old man's voice beside me again. It bailed me out. It turned out this person was talking to me. This whole thing was a setup orchestrated by the old man. Now he gave me 2 choices. Either stay in prison or never see my father again. After saying this, he left the police station. Back in.
What's the worst thing your family did while you were away? I was 20 when I decided to take a gap year in Canada. I got a job at this lumber company up north, making actual money for the first time. My parents thought I was crazy, but I needed space from our house. They were always screaming at me about bills, work, whatever. The only thing that made me hesitate was leaving my little brother Jake. He was 8. He was the only good thing in the family. He was way harder than me. He helped me with my homework sometimes, which was embarrassing, but also kind of sweet. But when I left, Jacob kept asking when I was coming back. If it would only be a year, I called him every week. He made me think he promised. At 20, he felt ridiculous, but I did it anyway. The first few months, everything was fine. I called every Sunday. Jacob was coming home, friends, new video games. My parents barely talked to me. It was actually kind of nice, less drama.
nice.
Jacob started to be quiet. When I asked what was wrong, he'd just say he was tired. My parents would
I'm doing anything yet.
saying Jacob had trouble. I figured it was just normal kids. Maybe he was growing out of wanting to talk to his big brother every week and get hurt, but I got it. Then I came home. I walked into our house 13 months away, expecting Jacob to tackle me like he always did when I came home from anywhere. But the house was quiet, too quiet. My mom was in the kitchen making coffee like nothing happened. I asked where Jacob was. She didn't even look up. Oh, he's with the Hartley family now. Much better situation for him. I stared at her. What do you mean with the Hartley family? My dad came in, acting all casual. We placed him with some family friends upstate. Kid was struggling here. Needed more attention than we could give him. They have resources. I felt like someone punched me in the stomach. You gave away my brother? My mom was annoyed. We didn't give him away. It's temporary. The Hartleys are good people. They have money. Take it home. No, I asked why nobody told me. My dad shrugged. You were busy with your own life. Besides, what could you have done from Canada? That night, I called the Hartleys. Took me 3 hours to find their number. When I finally got through, this woman answered, sounding tired. I explained who I was. There was this long pause. Oh, honey, she said. Jacob talks about you constantly. He thinks you abandoned him too. My heart broke. I asked if I could talk to him. Another pause. He's been having nightmares. Doesn't trust adults much anymore. Maybe it's better if you just come here. I drove 8 hours the next morning. When I got to their house, Jacob was sitting there, looking so much smaller than I remember. When he saw me, he didn't run. He just stared.
What should we do? Oh, chocolate rain. Just go. Let's do chicken rain. I don't even know what that is.
Explained everything. My parents had dropped Jacob off 6 months ago, saying they were going through financial problems and couldn't handle a kid right now. They promised to visit every month. They never came, not once. Jacob had been asking for me every single day. Mrs. Hartley didn't even know I existed until she found some old pictures in Jacob's backpack. I confronted my parents that night. My mom actually had the nerve to say, you can't expect us to handle everything while you're off playing adult in Canada. My dad nodded. We needed a break. Jacob's a good kid, but he's a lot of work. I realized right then that my parents were never going to change. They'd always be selfish people who saw their kids as burdens instead of responsibilities. So I did something I never thought I'd do. I called a lawyer. Turns out my parents had signed temporary custody papers with the Hartleys, but they'd never filed for permanent custody. And there was a paper trail of neglect going back years. Missed parent-teacher conferences. Skipped doctor...
Yeah. I've never seen it before. Oh. Fruit shapes. Nice. I got fried. Unhealthy. Fried. Okay, so that's something rainbow. What's it? Oh, what's the fly for now? And which one? It's the biggest one. Yeah. That's the biggest one I have. My red faults.
If I see one more simulator game where I just click an upgrade, I'm uninstalling Roblox. Every game is the same. You spawn in, click something, earn coins, buy upgrades, and repeat.
Bro,
Simulator.
300 carrots. Burning buds. Carrots are burning buds.
It's a joke. Roblox used to be about creativity. Now it's just cash grabs with recycled UIs as AI thumbnails. I miss the weird, random, actually fun games. Can we please bring back originality? Radish out. If I see one more A Karen at my gym said I was too fat to give fitness advice. She had no idea I'd lost 200 pounds and owned the place. I was helping a teenage girl adjust a lat pull-down machine when a Karen dressed head to toe in designer workout gear interrupted us. "Excuse me, young lady," she said to the teen. "You need an actual trainer, not someone who clearly doesn't practice what they preach." I will admit, at 275 pounds, I didn't exactly look like an expert, but I'd started at over 500 and was damn proud of myself. I tried to ignore Karen at first. I encouraged the teenage girl to do the same and keep her focused on the exercise. But this seemed to infuriate the Karen. "This is exactly what's wrong with gyms today," she announced, very loudly this time. "They hire anyone. Just look at this slob. He's easily 100 pounds overweight. It's a line eating fine." He pulled out his phone and started taking pictures. I documented the fire and other things started to stare. Some of them, others started pointing fingers. Karen noticed the attention and seemed to be off. She walked over to the front desk.
Bro, can you tell me your story? Wait.
kid on the bike. The dispatcher's voice was calm, but I could hear the urgency. Victim unconscious but injured. Witnesses saw a loose man speeding away. When I pulled up on Pine Street, it looked like chaos. Parents crying on the sidewalk, neighbors everywhere. The kid, maybe 15, was sitting in the ambulance with his legs twisted at a weird angle. Blood on his forehead. His soccer cleats were broken. One was completely torn from the knee. I started talking to witnesses. Everyone described the same thing.
It's raining tacos from out of the sky. Tacos, no need to ask why. Just open your mouth and close your eyes. It's raining tacos, out in the street. Tacos, all you can eat. Lettuce and shallots, cheese
Me again.
It's raining tacos, yum, 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 yum. It's like a dream. When you sour cream.
I need to ask you about it. He just broke down on me. Started crying, saying, I knew it. I knew it. Kept repeating that she was cheating. That she panicked and broke down. Name was Dorothy. You've been driving your
Cheese.
It's raining
He still went every
tacos.
Still kept it still.
Raining tacos.
He kept saying, no good.
Raining
As far as all I
tacos.
know. He pointed to an old photo on the table. Her and some guy.
It's raining tacos. It's raining tacos.
Here's the story.
Raining tacos.
Here's a kid. Called for guard. Explain what is waiting. He said this already. Bring her in. He didn't have to trust. And he was there. Put handcuffs on his frail old woman. He didn't resist. Just asked if he could lock her front door first. The whole drive from the station, she kept apologizing. Should have said. Should have helped him. Got so scared. She'd never been arrested. Never even had a speeding ticket. At the station, she called some lawyer from a phone book. Guy showed up 3 hours later. Looked like he hadn't handled a criminal case in 20 years. The kid's family came down the next morning. They were furious. Wanted to know why it took so long to find her. Why she didn't stop. The dad especially was angry. She could have killed him. What if it was a smaller kid? Something weird happened. The mom asked to see Dorothy. I wasn't supposed to let that happen, but the lawyer said it was okay. They talked for maybe 10 minutes. Dorothy apologized over and over. Explained about the pharmacy, about her husband, about how she hadn't slept since it happened. The mom came out crying. Not angry crying, sad crying. Just scared and alone. She told her husband, look at her, she's falling apart. I ended up testifying at Dorothy's hearing. Told the judge about her circumstances. How she cooperated completely. How she'd never been in trouble before. How she obviously wasn't a danger to anyone. The family actually asked for leniency. Said they just wanted their medical bills covered and for Dorothy to stop driving. They didn't want her in jail. She got probation and community service. Had to surrender her license. Pay for all the hospital bills, which basically cleaned out her savings. Officer, was there a time you...
There she goes.
What's this?
Do you guys remember the girl who reported this sound? Now it gives you a warning every time you use it. Do you guys remember?
It's got all these different things.
There were 5 colorful mushrooms, but one of them was deadly poisonous. 5 players only needed to pick one mushroom and eat it to win 800 million in cash. But the rule was players had to draw cards to decide the picking order and choose a mushroom for someone else. The long-haired woman got the first pick. She chose a mushroom that looked like piglet and gave it to the guy in the jacket. The guy in the jacket, who got second, picked a red mushroom that looked poisonous. Everyone thought he would give it back to the long-haired woman, but he gave it to the bowl-cut guy next to him instead. The bowl-cut guy, who was third, picked a normal-looking mushroom and gave it to the long-haired woman he liked. When it was the fat lady's turn as the fourth, there were only 2 mushrooms left in the pot, but she didn't pick right away. Instead, she asked the schoolgirls to point out which one was poisonous. The fat lady knew the schoolgirl would study this kind of thing, and she said she wanted to keep the poisonous one for herself because she had cancer anyway. The schoolgirl cried and pointed to the yellow mushroom on the right, but to her surprise, the fat lady gave the yellow mushroom to her instead.
It's true.
Machine beeps loudly, declines. His confident expression freezes completely. That's strange. These machines sometimes have issues with premium cards. Try running it again. I processed it a second time. Same result. Declined. His days look concerned now. Maybe try a different card? Marcus is starting to sweat despite the restaurant's air conditioning being perfectly comfortable. He pulls out another card. This one's silver. This is my backup business account. Definitely good. His voice is less confident now. The nearby tables are starting to notice something's wrong as the interaction drags on. Declined again. Now Marcus is visibly panicking. His date is looking around nervously, clearly embarrassing by the situation. I don't understand. There must be some system error or technical malfunction happening. He tries calling someone on his phone. Hey, can you check my account balance? Something weird is happening with my cards right now. I can hear muffled conversation before he hangs up looking defeated. Maybe we should call your parents? His date suggests quietly. Marcus shakes his head frantically. No. This is just a temporary glitch. I'll get it sorted it out tomorrow with my bank's fraud department. He pulls out a third card from his wallet. This one's definitely active. It's my personal emergency card. His hands are actually shaking now as he hands it over with much less confidence than before. Declined. His date stands up abruptly. You know what? I just remembered I have somewhere else to be. This was interesting. She grabs her purse and walks out quickly, leaving him sitting alone. Marcus looks around the restaurant at all the people staring at him. I'm good for it. Look, I can Venmo you the money, or Zelle, or I'll come back tomorrow.
I played a game that you can only play once. It's called One Chance, and it's a game in which you're a scientist who has to make tough choices with the world set to end in 5 days. What's interesting about it is that once you play it, the cookies and save files are recorded, and it won't allow you to play again, which brings more gravity to the choices that you make. So the premise of the game is that you get to fill everything up in 5 days, and so I decided to so 3 days ago, I decided to back in the lab and
a reliable Toyota. Peter leased a BMW the next week. He posted photos online saying, some people settle for less. The worst part was how our parents enabled him. They'd refinance their house twice to cover his credit card debt. But somehow I was the bad influence for starting this competition. Things got even darker when I started dating Philly and my girlfriend. We've been together 2 years when Peter suddenly started dating her coworker. He'd show up at the same restaurants, the same movies, always sitting where we could see them. Philly tried to laugh it off, but I could see it bothered her. But the real betrayal came right before our wedding. Philly and I had finally set our wedding date after 2 years of engagement. We'd booked a historic mansion for next spring, and I'd been working with her grandmother's jeweler to create custom rings using stones from her family's heirloom necklace. But 3 weeks before our ceremony, Peter suddenly announced he bought a venue too. Not just any venue, but the mansion right next door to ours. And for the same exact date, that wasn't even the worst part. He'd somehow gotten into my email, found the photos of Philly's custom ring designs, and straight up stolen it. When the jeweler called me confused about the duplicate order, I felt sick. Philly recognized her grandmother's design immediately and broke down sobbing. He stole my grandmother's legacy. Design was different. She said she couldn't wear a ring that would always remind her of what Peter had taken from us. That's when I decided to give Peter exactly the same competition he couldn't win. I knew Peter was crazy enough to copy anything and everything without even bothering to I began dropping hints that Philly was pregnant. I'd refuse beer at family dinners and say I was being supportive. And wouldn't you know it, within a month, his wife Marie was suddenly pregnant too. Peter announced it like he won the lottery. Next came the financial trap. I found the perfect bait online. A rare vintage watch being sold by a desperate seller. The seller claimed it was worth $50,000, but would take $20,000 cash. In reality, it was a fake worth maybe $500. I showed him fake authentication papers and talked about famous people who owned the same model. Then, I regrettably announced that I couldn't get the money together in time. Someone else will probably buy it. I'll regret this forever. Peter took the bait immediately. He liquidated his savings and even borrowed from our parents. When he finally showed up to a family dinner wearing the watch, he couldn't stop grinning. Remember that watch you couldn't afford? Turns out I had better connections. Maybe aim lower next time. The final phase was the hardest. I had to pretend my relationship was falling apart. Billion was in on it, and we acted out fights in public places where Peter would see. I moved into a hotel for a week to make sure he knew. I started talking about divorce lawyers and splitting assets. 2 weeks later, Peter announced he was getting divorced. He'd already filed the papers. Marie was devastated and confused. She was 3 months pregnant and had no idea what was happening. But Peter was convinced he was winning some sick game only he was playing. The truth came out slowly. First, the watch appraiser told him his $50,000 investment was worthless. Then Marie's pregnancy became real and became stayed fictional. His divorce went through while Philly and I was on. Peter showed up at my door 6 months later. His hair was greasy and he'd lost weight. He told me how Marie had taken their son and moved back with her parents. He was living in a studio apartment and working 2 jobs to pay child support. Then he blamed me for everything. I know you planned all of this. The pregnancy, the watch, the divorce. You set me out. I looked him straight in the eye and shrugged. I have no idea what you mean. You made your own choices. I didn't force you to copy. He left without another word. Our parents still blame me for his downfall. They say I should have been more careful. No.
This 6-year-old had a misunderstanding that led for him to save the lives of millions of people. This year is Ryan, and one day he was sitting in school listening to a teacher lecture them about how some people in Africa don't have access to food. And this upset him. He figured someone had to step up to the plate and give them the water, but he had no idea where to start. That's the teacher announced the day that it was possible. $70 to build one well. So Ryan set out to help raise $70 by doing extra chores around the house for the next 4 months to get the money he needed for this well. However, Ryan's 6-year-old mind figured that this one well was all he needed to save him. Also, the real cost of one well was actually $2 million. In his defense, though, the teacher should have been. But this didn't stop Ryan. In fact, it made him extra eager. He went around town to neighboring schools, social clubs, and any community event to get people to listen and donate. And after 1 year, he did it. He managed to raise $2,000 he needed to do. And the best part is, he even got to go to Uganda to see the well in person with 5,000 people there celebrating. And if you thought he'd just go back to being a regular 6-year-old after this, you'd be sadly mistaken. Because he went on news stations to share his story and even started his own foundation called the Ryan Wells Foundation, where he's raised more money to build more wells. And so far, he's made over $1,000 million. That's enough wells for $2 million. This 6-year-old had a...
What's the strangest rule your family had that made no sense until you learned the real reason? We had to knock on our own bedroom doors and wait for permission before entering, even my own room. Even if I just left to use the bathroom for 30 seconds. My parents would say privacy is important and respect personal space, but it made absolutely zero sense. It's my room with my stuff. Why do I need permission to grab a hoodie or get my phone charger? Friends thought my family was completely insane. During sleepovers, kids would casually walk into my room and my mom would immediately appear like some kind of dork and saying, "Did you knock first?" The embarrassment was unbearable. I started telling people my parents were hardcore control freaks with boundary issues. The rule applied to literally everyone in our house. Mom knocked on Dad's home office. Dad knocked on Mom's craft room. We all knocked on each other's bedrooms, even the bathroom if someone was in there. Even if the door was wide open, you still had to knock on the door frame and wait for permission. I'd be standing in my own doorway watching my phone charge on my desk, but couldn't step inside until someone said, "Come in." If you imagine, the worst part was having to explain it to teachers during parent conferences.
That's
we
all
teach
when
respect
we
for
did
personal
it,
boundaries, my
hunger.
mom would say with this proud smile while I wanted to disappear into the floor. My friends' parents thought it was either really sweet or really weird. Some said they wished their kids were that polite. Others whispered about helicopter parenting when they thought I couldn't hear. College was pure freedom. I could enter my dorm room whenever I wanted like a normal human being. No knocking, no waiting, no weird explanations from roommates about my family's bizarre door etiquette. I honestly thought I'd escape a weirdness forever.
Open go.
I brought my girlfriend Sarah home for Thanksgiving. She thought the knocking rule was cute and old-fashioned.
There it is.
So respectful, she kept saying. Your family has such good manners.
Ads and abuse is about to start.
We knocked before entering any room. Sarah played along perfectly, and my parents were thrilled she understood their values. But around 2 a.m., Sarah got up to use the bathroom. When she came back, she was half asleep and forgot about our family's weird rule. She just quietly opened my door and walked in. Within 10 seconds, my mom appeared in the hallway looking absolutely panicked. "Did you knock?" she whispered urgently. When Sarah said no, confusion written all over her face, Mom's expression went completely white. "We need to check all the rooms right now." I thought Mom was being her usual dramatic self about the rules until we got to my little sister Emma's room. The door was wide open and her bed was empty. We found her in the basement completely.
Bro, what the fuck? That's good. It was nothing used to do. Yeah, he was literally a legend.
Privacy is important. Respect personal space, but it made absolutely zero sense. It's my room, my stuff. Why do I need permission to grab a hoodie or get my phone? Friends thought my family was complete. During the sleepover, I walked in my room. My mom was immediately not first, embarrassing.
So terrified of their movie. Wanted to quickly brushed over the ground. Carefully brushed away the dirt. So I didn't find the next one. Only to realize it was powerful. The other acted up. They told me this He managed to land on the line and high, but the look on his face was still full of shock. He believed how scared the rookie was. One day, he decided to switch to the left and pulled off something that left him in shock.
Tornado. Sub-Zero. Ain't no way for you people just join the line. What the flip? Wow. Damn, sugar apple and stuff.
Several times in return, after the soldiers finally made the call, they did forget him.
Yeah, well. And the lady got dropped. Oh.
Luckily, he managed to land on the line and high, but the look on his face was still full of shock. He couldn't believe how scared the rookie was. Right then, he decided to reach in the left and pulled off something that left him unstuck. The rookie collapsed in fear. Captain gave a satisfied smile. Mine was actually an instinct. Fired at each shot, the mine was the rookie. Captain followed to a nearby tunnel. They were going to take down whole tunnel one of the enemies out of the room. Before they could finish the study, the lookout spotted it coming in. Captain ordered the others to evacuate the tunnel. Stage it. What? Captain had to push him out by force. The enemy entered the tunnel. Captain was possible. Once outside the tunnel, he gave the team a signal. They didn't want to abandon the team. The team was blown up. Then wanted to rest them first. Realizing they were doing it perfectly. Captain pulled out the gun and fired at the enemy. He was hit several times in return. The soldiers finally made the call. They did the death to him. They won the battle, but their captain never made it back. So he was always here. Also the one who always led them. This is after the
What the 87? Really short. Got her. Trying to find things stuff. Oh, we got me something. Nice. Instead of block, give off 1, 2 of vegetable for a year. It would be the best and the worst for you. What are you doing there? Avocado. I'm not doing this like pushing it. I'm doing first touchdown, dude. What's your first touchdown? Incredible. Natural burning bird. Start burning birds, great. I'm not supposed to die in this sometimes. Oh boy. Maybe both of them, I think.
Dry skulls directly on the ring. Paul, the officer overseeing the execution, noticed something wasn't right, but before he did anything, the signal was given for the switch was pulled. The execution began. The prisoner began experiencing unimaginable pain. Everyone present noticed that something was terrible. All shared the conclusion that Paul was All they could do was watch. The crowd watching the execution began to smell burning flesh. Horrified, people started moving their seats, desperate to escape. Even the rookie guard hadn't expected it to be so gruesome. The warden demanded to know when the power had been shut off. Paul simply replied, because the prisoner was still alive. Somehow, one of the men in the prison seemed to be physically experiencing the pain himself. The bear watched. Paul grabbed him and turned him back to the scene. The person wouldn't surrender. Only after the prisoner was sure the prison was finally finished did Paul reveal demanding an explanation. All witnesses
said, I love you for the first time. It's very difficult for my wife to be affectionate these days. She shows the love. Today she was putting her baby to sleep. She said, hey, I love you You're supposed
So it's gonna legal for me. What the? A zombie frog. And that. Interactive. The root ball and football club. Let's see football club. Bro. Get out. Football. Is it dope? No. You get a shot for season. Whichever is worth the just football. It's decent.
Forgot her wallet? Call me. Flat tire? Call me. Grocery store out of her oat milk? Blow up my phone like it's the end of the world. It never ends. I'm doing my best to juggle a full-time job, take care of our son, and handle that.
What was the best do you know who I am moment you've experienced? I'm 19 and work nights stocking shelves at a high-end grocery store in the wealthy part of town. Most customers ignore me completely, which I prefer since I'm usually just trying to get through my shift and finish my online coursework. Last month around 10 p.m., this woman in a designer coat and massive diamond earrings came in with her friend. They were both clearly tipsy from some fancy dinner, speaking loud enough for half the store to hear about their charity work and expensive vacations. I was in the wine section arranging some rare bottles we just received, a shipment of vintage Bordeaux that had been delayed for months. The owner was particular about how they were displayed since each bottle was worth several $100s. The woman noticed me handling a 1998 Chateau Margaux and immediately got this disgusted look. She whispered something to her friend, then they both started following me around, making comments just loud enough for me to hear. Look at how carelessly he's handling those. Does he even know what he's touching? Probably thinks it's just grape juice with a fancy label. I tried to ignore them and kept working, but they got bolder. The woman finally approached me directly by the premium section. Excuse me, she said in this condescending tone. Do you even know what you're doing? The bottle you're holding costs more than you probably make in a month. The Chateau
Coach
Margaux. Actually, this one's
Ben.
mispriced. It should be $450, not $250.
You're also shopping, John.
She laughed out loud. Oh, please. I own 3 upscale restaurants in the city. I think I know wine better than some teenage stock boy who probably thinks Bud Light is sophisticated. Her friend pulled out her phone and started recording. This is too good. Kid thinks he's a wine expert. Other late-night shoppers started gathering around us. The woman was clearly enjoying the audience and decided to really put on a show. This is exactly what's wrong with these places hiring children, she announced to everyone watching. No education, no experience, no class. Just mindlessly moving expensive bottles around like they're stocking cereal. She turned back to me. Let me educate you, sweetheart. This wine comes from one of the most prestigious regions in France. It requires years of study to understand the complexity of it. I let her ramble for a minute about tannins and terroir, getting most of it wrong. When she finally paused, I said quietly, that's interesting, but this particular bottle has some cork damage. You see the slight seepage here? It should probably be pulled from sale. She scoffed. Now you're making things up. I'm calling your manager. Someone needs to teach you people some respect when talking to customers who actually matter. That's when I heard familiar footsteps behind me. My stomach dropped because I recognized the sound of my mom's heels on the store's tile floor. Is there a problem here? Mom asked in her professional voice. The woman's eyes lit up like she'd won the lottery. Yes, absolutely. Your employee here thinks he knows more about wine than paying customers. He's been incredibly rude and condescending. I demand he be fired immediately. The friend was still recording, probably planning to post it on social media later. This is going viral, she whispered. Mom looked genuinely confused. I'm sorry, but I think there's been a misunderstanding. Ma'am, that's my son. I don't care if he's your son, the woman snapped. He's an employee and he disrespected a customer. No, Mom said slowly. You don't understand. He's not just my son. He's our head sommelier and wine buyer. He literally wrote all the wine descriptions for our catalog. The woman's confident expression started to crack. But he's just a kid. With a degree in viticulture from UC Davis, Mom continued calmly. He's been featured in Wine Spectator twice for his palate. That damaged bottle he mentioned, he just saved us from selling a $450 bottle that would have been returned. The color drained from the woman's face as Mom kept going. He also curated the entire selection you see here. Those restaurants you mentioned, we probably supply their wine. The friend quickly stopped recording.
No.
How to win in-game every time in under 50 seconds. First, you want to go to servers, scroll down, sort by ascent, and join a small player server. Now you want to hop into games and get started. For red light, green light, you want to avoid contact and try to push people at the end if you can. For Dagon, now all you can do for this is hope you don't get Mona Lisa and take your turn. Lights out, you can either camp until the timer runs out or kill the rest of your enemies. Now, for the fourth game, you're going to want to vote Tug of War. By the way, if you're the last person standing, then Tug of War should next to me. For Tug of War, all these effects will really give you just the focus. With last spin, there will be very few pins that will actually kill you because there isn't many players, meaning you can just run through the whole thing. For voting, do not vote to end the games early since there's barely any people to do the rebel ending. Instead, vote keep playing. For Mingle, your best bet is to stay near a group of people and choke anyone out. And finally, for Squid Game, try to hit your enemy when they're inside of a punch animation. That's how to win in-game.
What did your boss say to you that resulted in you immediately resigning? I was called and notified our special needs child was dying and would be dead in less than an hour. I called the men together, let each one know what and where I was on each left as the company was in good hands. On my way out, my supervisor saw me. He mentioned it was not my break time and I better get back to work. I told him what was happening. He refused to give me leave and told me that when I returned, I was written up or fired. I returned. Nothing happened except he was being extra mean with assignments, especially those that could not be finished in 8 hours that could not be left to the next day. The Japanese company had been trying to hire me for years. They came to an agreement of duties, insurance, perks, and such like. I gave my 2 weeks notice. I was offered a double of salary, a year at the new company TMA, and our son had pneumonia and sepsis. As I sat by our son's side in quarantine, I went back to work. My manager asked if our son was okay. No, he is not. I have no more personal time. I need to be.
What's the pettiest way a stranger tried to assert dominance? I was at this coffee shop that thinks it's a personality test. You know the type, everything's beige, the pastries are $12, and the barista's name is something like Sunbeam, and she talks like every sentence is a haiku. I'm just trying to grab a tea and survive without being judged for not owning a tote bag made from recycled sandals. Anyway, I'm walking out hot drink in hand when this random dude opens the door with a cool, polite gesture. Love that. So I go, thanks, like a normal human. But this guy doesn't just say, you're welcome, like a functioning member of society. He smirks and goes, yeah, you should be grateful. Pause. I'm sorry for what? I blinked. I thought maybe I misheard him. Nope, he's just standing there with the energy of a rejected Game of Thrones character. Like I just insulted his royal lineage. You should be grateful for what? Holding a door? Is this the 1400s? Do I owe you my firstborn now? I go, oh, should I curtsy too? And this man Becco spoke at me. I snored, laughed so hard I almost dropped my keys. This man glared at me like she committed war crimes. He stormed off like I just emasculated him with eye contact. But not before shouting over his shoulder, people like you ruin basic decency. Brother, you started it. What did your child teach you about seeing the world different? The day I realized my son was we were walking along the beach when Chase grabbed my hand and yanked me away from what looked like such a normal day. The ground there was covered in burning spider webs that were something in terrified 7-year-old eyes made me believe it. Then he pointed at a seagull and described glowing purple lightning bolts across its wings that nobody else could see. And I started wondering if my son was losing his mind. Maybe, just maybe, he could see something the rest of us could. 3 weeks after the trip, our teacher called. Demanded I come immediately. She spread Chase's drawings across her desk, and I saw every portrait showed his
No more corrupt.
across their faces, like glowing patches. She pointed to one drawing of a girl
What's this?
with dark patches spreading across her cheek. Chase had been telling everyone that Rosita had his
What, he gave me corrupt fruit.
The other children were terrified, convinced he was cursed or could make bad things happen.
Oh my god, Kitsune. It's not even a pet. Yeah, most of these are pets. Let's go, go, go. Why is my... Why are these glowing? Why are these glowing? Why are they about to explode? It's soon. Soon.
She explained Chase had been born with aphakia, meaning he had no lenses in his eyes, probably from a genetic defect I never knew existed. Without lenses, he could see into the UV spectrum like birds and bees. Then her face darkened as she showed me the retinal scans. The unfiltered UV light that gave him his gift was simultaneously destroying his retinas, and she estimated he had maybe 18 months before complete blindness. I drove home in a daze while Chase chattered about the purple halos around streetlights, and when we got home, I knelt down and took his small hands in mine. I told him he had special eyes like a superhero that could see amazing things nobody else could, but his powers were so strong they would make him die. His face lit up and hugged me. I knew my purple eyes were special. I'm like a real superhero. That night I lay awake researching frantically, learning about UV photography and how flowers have landing strips for bees, how scorpions glow under black light.
Yeah, what are these odds? What are these odds? It's like a cat.
His vision deteriorated faster. He started wearing special glasses to block UV, but dimmed his supernatural sight. Everything fell apart at his cousin's birthday party.
Any corruptible?
The purple light is burning. It's burning holes in my eyes. We rushed into the emergency room where they sedated his blasted eyes. The doctor explained his retinas were deteriorating faster than expected. When he woke up, he could barely see Chase, just blurry shadows and occasional flashes of his beloved purple light. When Chase could barely see anymore, I brought him into a dark room with a UV flashlight, letting him control what he saw for his final memories. He studied my face for so long, I started crying, and then he smiled and touched my wet cheek. He whispered, "Dad, you have purple all over. It's really bright and pretty, like when you hug me." He said he wanted to remember me exactly like this. This is how I know you love me. Then he closed his eyes and I held him as the last light faded. Now Chase navigates the world in darkness, but our garden glows with a UV light I installed following his precise maps. Sometimes I catch him smiling when other kids complain about ordinary sunsets, and he tells them stories about the purple fire that dances on petals and the violet halos that crown the people we love. What did your child teach you about seeing the world different? The day I realized my son could see the invisible world. We were walking along the beach when Chase grabbed my hand and yanked me away from what looked like perfectly normal sand. He insisted the ground there was covered in burning violet spider webs that would hurt my feet, and something in his terrified 7-year-old eyes made me believe it. Then he pointed at a seagull and described glowing purple lightning bolts across its wings that nobody else could see, and I started wondering if my son was losing his mind, or if maybe, just maybe, he could see something the rest of us could. 3 weeks after that beach trip, his art teacher called, her voice shaking as she demanded I come immediately. She spread Chase's drawings across her desk, and I saw every portrait showed his classmates with intricate violet patterns across their faces, like glowing tattoos nobody else could see. She pointed to one drawing of a girl named Rosita with dark patches spreading across her cheek. Chase had been telling everyone Rosita had invisible bruising on it, and yesterday she fell off her bike and bruised her face in the exact pattern of the drawing. The other children were terrified, convinced it was cursed or could make bad things happen by drawing it. Parents were demanding her to do it in class. At home, Chase's strange vision seemed to intensify. Our cat left glowing purple clippings and followed ours after she started drawing ultraviolet portraits of us. One evening while I was grilling, he tugged on my shirt and pointed at my back. Daddy, you have purple spots getting bigger right there, like when I spilled grape juice on the table. Maybe you need a doctor. I humored him and made the point. But when the dermatologist found early stage melanoma, exactly where Chase told by blood, the pediatric ophthalmologist dilated Chase's pupils and ran test after test before calling me into her office with that expression doctors wear when delivering life.
Is it what?
She explained Chase was born
Is that all
with
the
no
strawberry?
lenses in his eyes, probably from a genetic defect I never knew existed. Without lenses to filter ultraviolet light, you could see into the UV spectrum like birds and bees. Then her face darkened as she showed me the retinal scan. The unfiltered UV light that gave him this gift was simultaneously destroying his retina, and she estimated he had maybe 18 months before complete blindness. I drove home in a daze while Chase chattered about the purple halos around streetlights, and when we got home, I knelt down and took his small hand. I told him he had special eyes like superhuman that could see amazing things nobody else could see, but his powers were so strong they were making his eyes hurt. His face lit up. I knew his purple eyes were special. I'm like a real superhero. That night I lay awake researching, learning about UV
Oh, this
how
looks
flowers have
kind
landing
of
strips,
nice.
how scorpions glow under black light, how the invisible world Chase saw was scientifically real. We raced against time as Chase documented everything he could
Fix
see,
this.
painting UV patterns on every family member's face and mapping invisible light trails in our garden. His vision deteriorated faster each month, and he started wearing special glasses that block UV but dimmed his
What
supernatural
the?
sight. He painted with desperate
It's
urgency,
soon
created a
chest.
catalog of invisible beauty, and gave each family member their UV portrait. Everything fell apart at his cousin's birthday party
I'm
when the
still
afternoon
looking
sun
up
hit him
stuff.
directly. He collapsed on the grass, hands pressed against his face, screaming, "The purple light is burning! It's burning holes in my eyes!" We rushed him to the emergency room where they sedated him and wrapped his eyes. The doctor explained his retinas were deteriorating faster than expected. When he woke up, he could barely see Chase anymore, just blurry shadows, occasional flashes of his beloved purple light. When Chase could barely see anymore, I brought him into a dark room with a UV flashlight, letting him control what he saw under my intently. He studied my face for so long I started crying, and then he smiled and touched my wet cheek. He whispered, "Daddy, you have purple all around you. It's really bright and pretty." When he hugged me, he said he wanted to remember me exactly like this. This is how I know you love me. Then he closed his eyes and I held him as the last light faded. Chase navigates the world in darkness, but our garden glows with UV lights installed in every center. Sometimes I catch him smiling and other kids complain about ordinary sunsets, and he tells them stories about
It's soon chest.
what did your child teach you about the invisible world difference? The day I
Stupid
realized
cat.
my son could see the invisible world, we were walking along the beach when Chase grabbed my hand and yanked me away from what looked like perfectly normal sand. He insisted the ground there was covered in burning violet spider webs that would hurt my feet, and something in his terrified 7-year-old eyes made me believe him. Then he pointed at a seagull and described glowing purple lightning bolts across its wings that nobody else could see. And I started
Alright.
wondering if my son was
Is
losing
it
his
equal?
mind, or maybe, just maybe, he could see something miraculous.
I don't
3 weeks after
know.
that,
It's the soon chest. Oh.
Chase's drawings across her desk, and I saw every children showed his classmates intricate violet patterns across their faces, like glowing tattoos nobody else could see. He pointed to one drawing of a girl named Rosita with dark patches spreading across her cheek. Rosita had invisible bruises. Yesterday, she fell off her bike and bruised her face in the exact pattern she drawn. The other children were terrified, convinced it was cursed or could make bad things happen by drawing them. Parents were demanding to be removed from class.
I might all have tranquil on me.
Our cat left glowing purple clippings and followed ours after she started drawing ultraviolet portraits of our family. One evening while I was grilling, he tugged on my shirt and pointed at my back. "Daddy, you have purple spots getting bigger right there, like when I spilled grape juice on the table. Maybe you need a doctor." I humored him and made the point. But when the dermatologist found early stage melanoma, exactly where Chase had pointed, my blood ran cold. The pediatric ophthalmologist dilated Chase's pupils and ran test after test before calling me into her office with that expression doctors wear when delivering life-changing news. She explained Chase had been born with aphakia, meaning he had no lenses in his eyes, probably from a genetic defect I never knew existed. Without lenses to filter ultraviolet light, he could see into the UV spectrum like birds and bees. Then her face darkened as she showed me the retinal scan. The unfiltered UV light that gave him this gift was simultaneously destroying his retinas, and she estimated he had maybe 18 months before complete blindness. I drove home in a daze while Chase chatted about the purple halos around the streetlights, and when we got home, I knelt down and held his small hand. I told him he had special eyes like a superhero that could see amazing things nobody else could see, but his powers were so strong they were making his eyes bright. His face lit up and he hugged me tight. I knew my purple eyes were special. I'm like a real superhero. That night I lay awake researching friends, flowers and landing strips for beauty, how scorpions glow under black light, how the invisible world Chase saw was scientifically real. We raced against time and Chase documented everything he could see, painting UV patterns on every family member's face and mapping invisible light trails in our garden. His vision deteriorated faster than mine. He started wearing special glasses that block UV but dimmed his supernatural sight. He painted with desperate urgency, creating a catalog of invisible beauty and gave each family member their UV portrait. Everything fell apart at his cousin's birthday party when the afternoon sun hit him directly. He collapsed on the grass, hands pressed against his face, screaming, "The purple light is burning! It's burning holes in my eyes!" We rushed him to the emergency room where they sedated him and wrapped his eyes, and the doctor explained his retinas were deteriorating faster than expected. When he woke up, he could barely see Chase, just blurry shadows and occasional flashes of his beloved light. When Chase could barely see anymore, I brought him to the dark room so long, I started crying. He whispered back, so really bright and pretty, like a new husband. He said he wanted to remember me exactly.
It's the rose guy. That's so cute.
Chase navigates the world, but our garden grows with UV light and salt. He tells the story of the day I realized that sun could see. We were walking along the beach when Chase grabbed me and yanked me away to what looked like
And you were admin if he says he just not here anymore. Yep.
I started wondering if my son, maybe, just maybe, he could see something the rest of us could. 3 weeks after that beach trip, his art teacher called, her voice shaking as she demanded I come immediately. She spread Chase of drawings across her desk, and I saw every portrait show his classmates with intricate violet patterns across their faces, like glowing tattoos nobody else could see. She pointed to one drawing of a girl named Sophia with dark patches spread across her cheek. Chase had been telling everyone that he was a good bruise, and yesterday she fell off the bike and bruised her face. The other children were terrified. She lives in the church to make magic with the drawings and Chase's strange visions into a simple
I want you. Friends. What do you mean by transformation? Did they change how the dragonfly went? No. Let's see how our chicken zombies doing age 40 stuff.
Nerds, have you ever felt bad for your bully? So I was this skinny kid who got picked on. My main tormentor was this guy, Cole. Dude was huge, like he hit his growth spurt in 6th grade and never stopped growing. Every single day he'd find new ways to mess with me, throwing my lunch in the trash, tripping me in hallways, shoving me in the the usual bully playbook stuff. I hated this guy with everything I had. And I would literally lay in bed thinking about revenge fantasy, getting him suspended, his parents finding out, him getting embarrassed in front of everyone. I was obsessed with hating him. This went on for like 3 years. Every day was just survival. I take different routes to class, eat lunch in the library, anything to avoid. Kept asking why I was so stressed all the time. I never told her. What was she gonna do? Call the school? That would just make things worse. Then one random Tuesday in December, I was leaving the community library around 8 p.m. I had this huge project due the next day, so I was there cramming. The parking lot was pretty closer and realized it was Cole, just sitting there with his head in the steering wheel. At first I thought maybe he was waiting for someone or on his phone, but he wasn't moving at all. I should have just kept walking. Every logical part of my brain was screaming at me to get in my mom's car and leave. This was the guy who made my life hell. Something about the way he was sitting there looked so defeated. I stood there for like 5 minutes just watching. Then I saw his shoulders start shaking. This massive kid who spent 3 years making me feel like garbage was crying in his car in an empty parking lot. Against every instinct I had, I walked over and knocked on his window. He jumped like someone had just tasered him. When he saw it was me, his face went through like 10 different emotions. Shock, anger, embarrassment. I rolled down the window and tried to wipe his eyes real quick. "What do you want?" he said, but his voice was all shaky. I honestly didn't know what to say. "Are you okay?" came out of my mouth before I could stop it. He just stared at me for a second, then let out this bitter laugh. "Oh, this is perfect. My victim wants to check on me now. You must be loving this." But I wasn't. Seeing him like that, all broken down, it didn't feel good at all. It just felt weird and sad. "I'm not loving anything," I said. "You just looked like you needed help." That's when everything came spilling out. His mom had left 6 months ago. Just packed her stuff one day while he was at school and disappeared. His dad had been in and out of jail for the past 2 years for drug possession. Cole had been living in that car with his little sister Emma for 2 weeks because they got evicted from their apartment. He'd been keeping it secret from everyone at school, showering in the gym locker room before anyone got there, doing homework in 24-hour diners, parking in different spots every night so no one would notice. The bullying stuff, that was his way of making sure nobody got close enough to ask questions. If everyone was scared of him or hated him, they wouldn't try to be his friend. And if they didn't try to be his friend, they wouldn't find out he was homeless. "Emma's only 10, he said, and his voice cracked. "She keeps asking when we're going home, and I don't know what to tell her. She's been eating school lunch and whatever free samples we can find at the grocery store." I just stood there listening to all this, feeling like my brain was short-circuiting. This was the same guy who had spent years making me miserable, and here he was telling me about how his whole life was falling apart. All that anger and hate I'd been carrying around suddenly felt really small compared to what he was dealing with. I did something that surprised both of us. I told him to follow me home. My mom was in the kitchen, walking with Cole and this little girl who looked exhausted. I quickly explained the situation, and my mom didn't even hesitate. She just started making sandwiches and told them they could stay in his guest room until they figured things out. Cole was too proud to say thank you, but I could see the relief on his face. Emma fell asleep on our couch within like 30 minutes of eating a real meal. It wasn't like we became best friends overnight or anything. Cole still had all that anger and pride built up, but from that day forward, the bullying just stopped. We'd nod at each other in the hallway. Nerds, have you ever felt bad for your bully? So I was this skinny kid who got picked on. My main tormentor was this guy, Cole. Dude was huge, like he hit his growth spurt in 6th grade and never stopped growing. Every single day he was finding ways to mess with me, throwing me lunch in the trash, tripping me in hallways, shoving me in the locker.
Why we told you. I was fired over a false essay accusation. Now I plan on suing the company. I held a management position at a company. I asked a non-management employee with the opposite SX to step into another room to discuss her performance away from other employees. She was going through a divorce and had made a few mistakes. And while I didn't want to embarrass her, I did want to make sure the mistakes were addressed. She acknowledged it and thanked me. An hour later, I was escorted from my office by security and was informed by my boss that a sexual harassment complaint had been made and proper protocol was to suspend me. I asked what it was and was told, "You need to investigate. I can't disclose that." He assured me that it shouldn't take long. If I wasn't guilty of anything, I'd be paid for the timeout. I again asked what the accusation was and was told that as there was an ongoing investigation. Knowing that I didn't do anything wrong, I left the building. Later that night, I received a notification on my phone that my email password was incorrect. After 2 days, I called my boss asking for an update. He told me he was not available, but I would hear something soon. I began calling daily to receive the same response. Finally, I received a letter in the mail. Exposing myself and requesting sexual favors for company as well as I was fired over a false essay.
At my acquaintance Liam's wedding, they opted for a buffet-style meal.
So this guy was banned by Microsoft for having an inappropriate name under his name. Well, little did Microsoft know, they had accidentally messed up big time. You see, Josh Moore had been trying to play on his Xbox one night when he was shocked to realize his account had been suspended. As it turns out, Josh had said he was from Fort Gay, which violated Xbox's offensive names policy. But the only problem was Josh really was from Fort Gay. It was actually a tiny town of just 800 people in West Virginia. But although Josh simply told Microsoft this, they just refused to believe him. Even when Josh gave his zip code and said the Google is his name, Microsoft still just wouldn't. They instead just threatened to delete his hard-earned account for still trying to prank them. They also threatened to keep the $300 in membership fees that he had paid if he didn't change his location. But Josh was so frustrated by that he just
What's up,
straight up
man?
But even when Mayor David Thompson reached out to Microsoft himself, he simply told him that the word gay was inappropriate in any context. So Josh's ban caused him to miss an important punishment and his team lost without him. And it wasn't until a deeply offended Mayor Thompson went to the news that Microsoft finally admitted their error and apologized to Josh. So this guy was banned.
Says the morning of private property.
What game starts with love but ends in full-blown chaos? Every evening,
I might go and play Ink game now, if there's no reports after 5 minutes.
This year, someone told us this. My cousin Tara said, what if we wrote real confessions this time? No jokes, actual secrets. Everyone laughed harmlessly, but eventually, we all agreed 18 months ago. 18 very real, very unfiltered secrets. My aunt Karen, who's a filter and lives for drama, volunteered to read them out loud. First day, I'm not actually allergic to gluten. I just hate them. My aunt Blake. My
Thank you, man.
You're not actually Irish. My grandpa stood up and shouted, "What the hell am I dad's 10th egg? I've been stealing money from our family business for 3 years." My dad demanded to know who, but no one spoke. Then came the 11th egg. Your fiance cheated on you during your bachelor party twice.
I might use my sprinklers to make a huge bone blossom.
Everyone went quiet. 13th egg. I saw Aunt Linda switch brake tags into her hand twice. Linda stood up and left the table. 14th egg. I caught Grandpa kissing the neighbor last month. Dead silence. My grandma just whispered, "Again?" 15th egg. I faked the photos from our last vacation to cover up that I never actually went to sleep. My brother looked at the floor. 16th egg. The baby isn't his. Everyone turned toward my cousin holding her newborn. She started sobbing. 17th egg. I know who stole the fancy earrings. And it wasn't a stranger. My aunt looked like she was about to faint. 18th.
Back in college, my friends and I.
Yeah, bro. I got the worst size. I deleted the video, but I got the worst fucking size of a bone blossom. So then, after that, I used all my sprinklers for it. Jesus. Then after that, I used one master sprinkler and then it made that. I'm not joking, I'm not joking. One master sprinkler made that.
What is an experience you had at the courthouse? Never forget. I was there for jury duty, dreading another boring day of waiting around in those uncomfortable.
I'm gonna feed my ball. I guess it is just a lot. But when these guys all grow, then I'm gonna harvest them and I'm gonna put down all my sprinklers.
This man gave the beggar the only $3 he had left. Then he planned to end his miserable life. But he didn't know that this beggar was extraordinary. The beggar flipped a coin into the sky. The sky instantly flashed with lightning and thunder. Time and space were reversed, and global prices dropped by 1,000,000 times. $1 is equivalent to $1 million. But only this man was unaffected, unaware of the situation. He hurried to a restaurant for a blind date. The blind date proudly says she earns $2 a month. The man wants her. He must pay a $5 bride price. The man was surprised and confirmed it over and over again. But the blind date couldn't stand the man's poverty. She said he would never earn $5 in his life. After scolding him, she left. At that moment, the owner of the restaurant came over and asked the table to pay the bill of 18 cents. The man believed that the boss had made a mistake. So he
I did bone blossom methods. Oh, you accidentally harvest them. Bro, I can't learn how to do the bone blossom method without messing it up because of my moon cows not going together.
The rich man fell to his knees in fear. After leaving the restaurant, the man realizes he has become a millionaire. That's when he gets a call from his bank. The bank is willing to deposit a huge amount of money on his behalf. The man agrees and goes to the bank. But there, he ran into the blind date person he just met at the restaurant again. She's going on a blind date with the manager of the bank. The man can't stand it. He storms into the office and breaks up the date. The manager's assistant scolds the man, saying poor people don't deserve to be in a bank. His behavior is rewarded with $1 from the manager. The woman said she only likes wealthy guys like bank managers. But the man said the money was too little. They were about to throw the poor man out. But then the bank's senior management came to the rescue because the man was a VIP customer in the bank. This man gave the...
How far will you go to save your dying husband? When the doctors told me Daniel had 6 months to live, I thought I'd lost my life. ALS. I'd never even heard.
I have 4. I actually have 5. But I don't have enough pet slots. If you have a level like 45 pet, please let me have it, bro. 3 upgrades, 45, and I don't have a single one.
Daniel kept getting worse. That's when I found the online forums. Other wives, other husbands, all talking about this place in Mexico. Some clinic that wasn't
I
a
don't
good
want
year,
an extra pet slot.
the story sounded too good to be true, but I was desperate. One woman said her husband went from wheelchair-bound to walking again in 3 months. I scraped together every penny I could find, took out a loan against our
I might have to join my...
I might have to
join the pub, though.
Daniel could barely hold his head up, and I had to carry him through the airport. The clinic wasn't what I expected. It was this rundown building in a sketchy part of town. Guards with guns stood outside. Should have been my first red flag, but I was too desperate to care. Inside, this guy claiming to be a doctor wanted $50,000 cash up front. I had maybe 20. I begged him.
Bro, what type of... What are these kids doing? Oh my god, of course one person goes to my garden. Of course, bro, it always has to be that one guy. As soon as I join.
He'd give Daniel the first treatment if I agreed to smuggle medical supplies back home to the border. Not just any supplies. Expensive stuff the cartels needed. I said yes without thinking. What choice did I have? The treatment was terrifying. They hooked Daniel up to machines I'd never seen before.
Yeah, you
Injected him
scam.
with things that weren't even labeled in
Bro. You guys, bro.
For the first time in months, he fed himself breakfast. On the flight home, I had a backpack full of unmarked vials hidden in my carry-on. My hands shook the entire time. If they caught me, I'd go to prison and Daniel
You
would
guys,
die alone.
bro.
2 weeks later, Daniel was sitting up on his own. My brother noticed when he came to visit. He kept asking where I'd gotten the money for treatment. I lied and said insurance covered it, but he saw the missing jewelry, the empty spaces where our nice furniture used to be.
What do you want from me?
Each dressed in advance customers. They wanted me to bring back more than just medical supplies. Real drugs this time. Heroin,
What do you
cocaine,
want?
but Daniel was getting better. He was laughing again, telling jokes, even took a few steps with his walker. My family started getting suspicious when they realized I'd forged Dad's signature to get a second mortgage. My brother confronted me, called me crazy, said I was losing myself. He didn't understand. Every day with Daniel was worth anything. Then Daniel found out. He overheard me in the car, arranging another shipment. The look on his face broke my heart.
Always has to be that one guy, bro. Yeah, this ain't full. Add my username. Yeah, I had this weird guy who begged for me to offer for his, like, big pepper. Like, he was like, please, man, please, 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 man, just offer for my big pepper. And he didn't stop either. When I said that I didn't want to sell it or even have it, he didn't stop. Bro. Bro. You base a book off of appearance. You base someone off their appearance. Do I look like I scam people? How? Bro, I don't know who you are. Ricky, I feel like it's good. Trades. Trades. Bro, you're basing pets off appearance. I swear. Oh my god, bro, I'm getting called a scammer. Oh my god. Really? Reducing your books by that. You stupid. You stupid. I beat you up if... Sure. Sure, well, it's impossible, bro. Sure, try it. No. I don't care if you need it. No! Oh, this is a... Nice. Nice. Lover. Oh, good. Dog. Because I don't care anymore. I know people are just jealous, man. Bro, I got the raccoon from like 16 eggs. Got the dragonfly from like 25. But Queen Bee was so much, bro. Rippy, I just beat you up. Ah. It's impossible. how did he complete it? Bro, it's just that guy. That's not Obby. Fucking idiot! Bro, these guys are so stupid. I had a huge cactus, and that's where it went up to. Okay, I'm stuck. Tell me when you added me, then I can add you back. Like, I don't even know how you're supposed to complete this. Possible. Divine sword. Got it. Did it. Ah. I know, no one can complete it. I made it impossible with my big bone blossom. Like, you're lying. No, it's not. Bro, he's using my glitch against me. Hawk to a hawk to a hawk to a hawk to a. Bro. That's not the obby. Swear, man. So first I get called a fucking, what's it called, scammer. Then people call my obby. That's the finish line. Am I the only... I think you are, you might be. Oh, I know they got full server. Wait, let me try and join. Did you add me or no? I got bone blossom seed. Okay. I don't know how that concerns me. Bet he's gonna ask me to use my sprinklers and water can on it. I bet you. Hope he gets the smallest fucking bone blossom in the world for calling me a scammer. Like the tiniest one, like carrot size. The quiet kid, I give. The quiet, I give. Bro, calling people the quiet kids, you are literally in daycare. Like. Yo, bro, on my life, have you added me yet?
Because he's a pussy. He's a jackass. Thank you,
Yo, bro, have you added me yet?
Okay, go. One tap, yes. Two taps is no. Do you understand? Okay, go. Is that a peace sign?
What's your favorite color? Yes, no question. Just say it. Right. Okay. Yeah. Doc, is your favorite color teal? Yes or no? Yes or no? Polka dot. Polka dot. Did you polka dots people?
Oh, yeah, I accepted your friend request. You can join. Well, I have a suggestion for Jandel. Jandel should make this a plant, bro. It would look so sick in my garden. I would make it like huge like that one. Alright, I'm back.
So it's not good. It looks legit, it does. But I think it's a hacker.
Some people got unlucky. There was a 50 in there. I thought they were sometimes.
No, I mean, like, it's different. Oh, I like it.
Oh, I got this one's it. Oh, I'm talking to I don't. Are you in a private server? Just give me some money. I am the honored one. 317. The Sigma that pulls this world apart. I am the ultimate, keeping this world intact. Only my best friend. And to give you a toilet cover on. But I don't care. I can't afford it, I'm broke. I haven't even won a single game or skill game. Not a single. Just give me some money. What a freaking match. Grapefruit just stomach is crazy. I'm gonna be the guy to kill everyone and everything. I don't need this guy. got him killed. Now you. Oh, yeah. I'm saving you, man. I cheated. He's done with. No, I guess not. Perfect shot. The finish. Well, this is mine. Just going lifeline. Now you will die. So you. Thanks for the free escape, gee. It was like that. What's the hacker? Don't know where I am in that. Well, I don't know. Oh, awesome. You and me, Mom, at least I know of this game. I don't know if developers of the game. Oh, alright. You're trying to hit me with this distraction on your head. You got everything going slower. Which I like all that green guy. I'm not smooth. You're this. Yeah, you're dazed. Yeah, that's who you are. You're dazed. You're dazed, but I'm gonna kill you. You know what time it is? You asshole. Supposed to be in line so you can get seconds, huh? You're not the Oxu. Asshole. He just backed himself into a corner. No, he went away from. This is the new A Garden Upd. You're dead. You think you got me one on one. You motherfucker. Don't fucking see that. Oh gosh. It fell. I'll enjoy that. Asshole. Doing my place in line so then you can get second as well, huh? You guys are spoiled. You guys are selfish. Stop running from your doom. movements are getting sloppier. You sound stressed. Right, I'm not done yet. I'll get through as sure as possible. Oh, you bastard got in my way. I killed 2 people that game. So, kill that. What's his guns? I'm through with the gun, but on the gun. They took a one. I'm gonna be first. I was already running. Look how fast I am, bro. Keeping these slobs out the way. Shotgun maybe. Get out. I hope I don't get the same team as that green guy, bro. I want them to die so bad. Into that chicken guy. I want them to die so bad. I can only hope. There. You. Oh, I got on the same team as the chicken guy. At least the green guys on number 2. So, let me there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. Turk zombie. We are gonna lose at this rate. What are you guys doing? I'm cooking. I'm cooking. Okay, so as soon as I fail, we all die. Oh. This bum ass game. Teammates, what the fuck? Bro, what do you mean easy? It was cheating. I'm reporting you, bro. You get banned, you fucking bitch. Just watch it play. I guess time for that. It's a very soon. Oh my god, that's bro. It's literally. time to check my boss. Like 2,000 hours later. Pretty I'm so in love. Myself. Big reveal is coming soon. This way, the garden below is gone. It's a bit. We'll see garden now. Bruh. They're all decent guys. Only two. That's only Why do you want me to add you?
What?
I need a reason why. I got my mom's iPad! No wonder, man. Why am I even surprised? Bro, what does having broke have to do with joining me? What does that have to do? Why do you want me to join you? Why do you want to add me? Just tell me why. Just tell me why. You'll give me Kitsune if I add you. Bro. If it's not a yes, then I'm not adding you, my boy. Alright, I'll add you. Add me. Look at my name. Rename. I'm gonna cough up blood and was in my pocket. I'm looking for a dollar. 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 I got $20 in my pocket. Tell me when you've added me, then I'll accept it. New subscriber. Oh my god, I'm logging. I'm literally gooning. I'm gooning to my new subscriber. Yeah. I'll add you a few requests. I just got scammed. Where is it? Alright, I added you. We ain't trading, bro. I already told you, bro, I'm not gonna go first. I already told you, bro, I'm not gonna go first. Nah, bro, I'm not going first. No 10 then. I'm gonna block you from my live stream. You've been timed out for 24 hours. You've been timed out for 24 hours. Come back when you don't scam people. Come back when you don't scam people. Ain't no way, we broke my record of how many people are watching at once. Nice. What's up, Clumsy FM? Wowzers. Josh? Alright, bro. I'm back. Signed Jandel. You ain't Jandel. You need to add me because I can't add people on PlayStation without you leaving the game. Top 2 are on that thing. Top 2 are on that thing. What? I added you, bro. No, there's no wait, much. Etc. Like, who the fuck is that? That ain't it. Who's that? Yeah. 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 In beach. Yes, I was doing something. I'll come down now. Okay, Skibidi Toilet. Sigma. Alpha Risk. From you. It's in the street. Music going. Just like that. I'm going to. Bro, why is everyone joining as soon as they see movement? Heavenly! Oh my god, heavenly, heavenly, heavenly. What the frick?
lost boyfriends who couldn't understand why she always came first. She finally got pregnant. Mark, my husband, was thrilled. We thought Mom was knocked over the cake, told my mother-in-law today just until she stabilizes. Yesterday, I came home.
Says the moaning of
Let's do it. I wonder which one's this. Imagine if it's Archangel, bro. I'll just go straight. And it's smooth. Okay. No one wants. Get out. Getting away free walk potion, what the? Bro, ain't no way, nothing heavenly! Like, what is this lore? Normal potion. Heavenly warp potion? What did you know? I'm gonna get a godlike potion. There's no ground.
stood open. Zoe knelt by the door. Both in pajamas, the boys soaked with urine. She reached out her hand. Blood. Tackled Zoe from behind. She fought back, clawing and spitting. Listen to the static. Liam told me they're drowning. As they cuffed her, she went calm. The monitor knows things. Those babies died 9 seconds. I made sure to throw out the baby monitor. My hands still shake when I pass their eyelids.
Why we can't you speak?
When did you have to rescue your parents? My grandmother's name is Never. She had her own teeth pulled at 40 and spoke with disturbing gummy sounds. Male relative and labeled jars in her study like trophies. My aunt Claire's jars got on a table shelf. When Mom turned 39, Marie called a family meeting and announced it was time to prepare for to ensure her teeth were healthy enough for extraction. Marie said, "Your teeth have spread enough poison for you. Next year you'll find." She explained that after 40, women's words became weapons that destroyed families. That year, reports are watching Mom slowly prepare for mutilation. Marie monitored everything.
Another warp? Oh my. Bro, what is this normal freaking warp?
School that year because Marie said I might spread freezing poison to the school. She was able to sing lullabies clearly or even pronounce my name properly. She practiced saying I love you over and over. Explained how he'd extract all 32 teeth in one session to minimize the transition period.
Bro, was that fucking heavenly? It was. Oh my god.
Have you ever been hated for something just because you were born? I've been paying my dad. Savings before he just disappeared one day. I don't even remember the guy, but apparently that doesn't matter. Target on my back. Every time something went wrong, people would look at me first. When Mrs. Jones the teachers were the worst.
Was that 100 or something? It was 99.
She'd come home exhausted, still smelling like French fries and bleach, but she never. People wouldn't tip her properly. They'd leave exact change and dirty looks instead. The breaking point came when I was 12. Someone broke into Gold Pete's before, like I was already guilty. My mom begged them to leave me alone. Explained how I was. She was covering for me. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Bradley muttered. If I couldn't figure out who really did it, then I would. I started going to Pete's shed every day after school. 11 boots. The cops never even measured them. I followed the trail through the woods behind Pete's house. An older kid named Danny hanging around the pawn shop downtown. He was always bragging about having money, but never seemed to work anywhere. I rode my bike there and headed to the power tools cheap just 2 days after the break-in. He described Danny perfectly. Stupid backwards baseball cap. I confronted Danny behind the school gymnasium with all the evidence. Down and confessed everything. Turns out he needed money for some video games. You'd think that would fix things, right? Wrong. Some people in town still whisper that I probably being related to a criminal made it inevitable. But instead of breaking me down, all that I started studying harder than ever, staying late at the library every single day. I joined debate team and student government. Won essay contests about justice and fairness. Senior year, I got a full scholarship to study law at the state. Exactly where she could shove her fake pride. 4 years later, I graduated at the top of my class, passed the bar exam on my first try, and guess where I decided to set up my practice? The irony is huge. Good money to defend them from the same kind of unfair judgment they took against my whole life. I was 2 years old. Or maybe an old appliance gone bad. When we pulled up, there was a family standing. Taken up, but not panicked. The mom kept telling us everyone was out, everyone was safe, just some stupid toaster that was there. But the kid, Jake, he kept saying, someone's still down there. The mom overheard and immediately got defensive. No, Jake, everyone's out. Stop being dramatic. Staring at his shoes like they were the most interesting things in the world. Where everyone's out. You'd be surprised how many times people forget about sleeping grandparents. Passed out upstairs. The kitchen fire was pretty contained.
No, I'm tripping. Free potion of bounds.
Not like a regular baseball. This thing had
I showed her family she was banging her cousin behind mine. My wife insisted on and I don't mean that it's
5 for potion of bounds. 5 potion of bounds, man. And that's something to skip out.
up his tray and began hitting the bottle. He was ready to end the young man's life. The man the punch was so strong that the boss passed out. Everyone in the prison was shocked. Himself did not expect such power. Soon, the guards took him away. Failed. He quickly picked a new target, the infamous psycho killer. And everyone stayed far away from him. But the man thought he found his way. He walked right up to the killer, talked trash, and insulted his own man, provoking him again and again. The angry killer quietly pulled out a knife. Toward himself. But the killer, once feared by all, now seemed scared. He froze. He never thought anyone would be crazier than him. Then he collapsed to the floor. There in shock. Very soon, the whole prison knew what had happened. The guards avoided eye contact. They even gave him special treatment. But this was not what the man wanted. Tried to escape. The guards shot him dead on the spot. The man thought
Let's see how fast this goes. Boom. It's literally infinite. But I need a break. Oh my god, please don't be that one, bro. It's gonna be a waste of everything. Please, oh my god, it is. What?
My sister Emma was valedictorian, and my youngest brother Brian was family comedian. Then there was me, quiet and awkward, spending most of my time alone. My parents never knew their frustration. At family dinners, they brag about my siblings.
Oh my. Even if this one celestial is needed due to like, look how fast that is! Not for waste. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. Just get off my back. Don't. Josh, I told you to get off my back and look through. Something good, anything good. It's another microphone, man. Hopefully. It's not an Xbox, Josh, it's a PlayStation. It's anything global. Please. Skibbity doo. Noodles.
ways to mess with me. The breaking point came during late April. We were working with glass beakers and dangerous chemicals for our final project worth